Hello, happy Tuesday. We are listening to reggae today. I don't know why, is what it is. But I hope y'all having a fantastic Tuesday. We have the 10 stitch blanket, and I found a bunch of these little Lion Brand yarns. And I found this little bag. This is from the Christmas project. These are the leftover bits from the Christmas project. We made into tiny little granny daughter. So I figured I would, let me turn that down, my speaker down a little bit. So I figured I would use these yarns and make more of these granny daughters and see if we can't get at least maybe a baby blanket out of it. I don't know. I do have more leftover yarns of the same sport weight yarn, so can always make more, right? We can always make more. This is leftover white yarn. There's a box back there somewhere. I may or may not made it in there. I don't know. So yeah, we're gonna. This is a plastic bowl I melted an edge in here to turn it into a yarn bowl, but cats have laid in it and it's now cracked here, so yeah, I could still use it as a yarn bowl, but right now I had these stored in there, so yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I think I need like a looks like I might have used an F hook. Well, let's just grab this little bit here. See if we can't do that. I don't know. Pretzel Rocks only gave us some weird options to go with. I didn't want to go with Techno, Synth, or Rock. There's also Polka, but that's only 2 hours worth. There's 4 hours of disco if we want to do disco. There's also Electro Swing, but that's only 2 hours. And there's the Holiday. We can listen to 5 hours of Holiday. I don't know. Options. You know, options. Ba-dum-ba-bum-bum. It's basically just the center of a granny square. And I don't like how big this hole is. Alrighty. Frog it out. Rip it. A long enough tail to hold on to. I did a little bit of work on the 10 stitch blanket. We turned the corner and we stopped, so I made a little bit of progress today, but I also went out and did the Thompson's water seal on our front steps that we rebuilt. So that is needs 24 hours to dry. And since we aren't expected to have any rain or anything till next week, I figured good time to do it and get it done. So that's done. That's the last one I need, so we'll tighten that center up. Now we buried the scissor. We feel underneath. Here it is. Got it. Bum, 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 bum. Go underneath the stitch here. Pull the tail through. Back down through where it came. Grab the side of that. And grab both tails and pull them through. Can't get them both through that loop to make a nice knot with them. But not too tight to distort the square. It's the same size as those, so that's good, 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 good. Just grab a tapestry needle and thought I heard a kitty. So many things. I see some stain still. I want to call it a stain. That's the Thompson's water seal. Whatever reason, it was pink and it turned everything pink. So my front stops look like they're pink. Trim that off. That'll go in the fiber fill. So yeah, let's do more. Do 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 do. Chain up 2. Seems a bit thicker, but it's what's loose. This is definitely a worsted weight yellow and not so much a DK weight. I'll just join this blue and green together. So I'll fold the end over. I'm going to do the same with the blue, but make sure it goes through the green. Floony.
Aloha.
Aloha. Congratulations on first. Congratulations on first. We're not going an hour and a half in today before first gets claimed. It's beautiful. Congratulations. We've gone reggae today. Why, you ask? Options.
Russian join.
Russian join. Yep, just did the Russian join. Yep. Do a smart cookie.
Floony. I can't do that one to save my life.
Oh, why not? I can show it again if that helps. I go the length of the needle plus a little bit is usually what I do. and I don't leave a super long tail with the needle.
Floony floon. I don't know why. I've seen plenty of videos, but every time I try it, it's wonky and doesn't hold.
I always give it a good yoink. Give it a good yank. Through there. Through there. Turn it over. Get into the side of this stitch, and I'm gonna make a loop. I'll probably be doing plenty of the Russian join. I want to use up this bowl of whatever bits, yarns. I don't know what else to do with them, so I figured granny daughter squares. We'll plan on doing a granny daughter. Just doing the center bit of granny squares. There we go. It's an awkward one, but it's fine. So just magic circle. Go like you're doing a slip knot, but don't flip it up. We'll chain up, and now we're just going to work in that circle. Chain for a corner. More doubles. Chains.
The Silver Piggy.
Doubles.
Hi.
Silver Piggy, hello, hello. Welcome back. Good to see ya. How's your Tuesday going? What you been up to? I put Thompson's water seal on my front steps today, so it's done. And I found I still have a little bit of my thumb right there that I didn't quite wash off. It went on pink. It's supposed to be clear, so hopefully when it dries enough it'll turn clear. It's still pink, so, and that was a few hours ago. I did that at 10 this morning. So it's been about 3 hours. Okay. I'm gonna go back one stitch.
I hope I get a lot of crocheting done today so I can be done with that blanket already.
Whew, you ready to be done? I don't blame you. I want to be done with this 10-stitch blanket too, but I'm not. I did a little bit of work on it since yesterday, but not a whole lot.
It's going nice. I helped deliver merchandisers with my mom, had some tea, and was learning about how to make bushcraft houses embedded into a hill.
Interesting.
I've been at it since June.
I don't remember when I started the 10-stitch blanket, but it's been going for a while. It's taken forever to do, but I keep stopping and doing other things, so yeah. Seemed like we started it.
I'm also working my way through lollipops to get wrappers for my collection.
Seems like we started this blanket in June too. Because we spent most of July, all of July, also doing spinning. So we'd work on this for a couple hours and then we would spin. Then we had the distraction of doing the 20 Waldo hat, so there's that to take into account too. What happened to instrumental? That did not sound like instrumental to me. Alright, so there's no square.
My little one decided yesterday that she doesn't like her green dino blanket anymore. She wants a yellow shark blanket now. Would someone like to have a kid? I'm ready to exchange her LOL.
Oh my gosh. I'll make her a yellow shark blanket. Might not get it till next year because my list of things to do is quite long. I have a sweater and a cardigan I need to do before Christmas. It's a Christmas present. I don't know what else. I want to finish this 10-stitch blanket. I need to finish last year's temperature blanket. I keep hee-hawing because I don't know if I really want to finish it. I do, but I don't. I mean, I want to finish it so it's done, but I don't feel like adding more to it because it already fits the bed now. So if I still add, I'm kind of at an impasse then, I guess.
24.
I don't know.
That green dino blanket was the first filet crochet I ever did.
Ooh.
She better love that blanket or so help her God. The silver piggy. Wow, it's cold in my room. Guess air conditioners work.
Yup, they do. Air conditioners work. Since that's the last stitch, we want to close up our circle and weave this tail in. Yep, Pretzel Rocks changed what the free stations are. Again. I don't know what to listen to. Reggae or polka? So we might switch back and forth. I don't know. This is the reggae. It's a little happening. Of course, neighbor people are having a roof put on their...
Friends.
Hey, Mass Bandit, how you doing?
236. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm pretty good. Just trying to do all the things, you know. So we're crocheting and knitting today.
I'm good, thank you.
Just kind of a
Stream Elements.
busy summer.
Welcome to KBfibers. I hope you enjoy the stream.
I did go through this back corner. That magazine is not there. Been trying to find the summer issue of Interweave magazine from 2010. I know that I have the magazine because I've already made something out of that issue. And it's that something that I want to make again, but I am not finding. So... not successful in finding it. I don't know. I may have to decide on a different cardigan then. I don't know. Kind of had my mind set on that one though. I don't know. I did send an email to Interweave Knit Magazine to see if they could help me. Maybe it's an archive somewhere. I'm really not interested in having to pay for something that I've already paid for, so you know. If I was really desperate, I guess I could just spend the $7 and get the e-copy of the pattern, but I don't want to do that, really. So I've already made the pattern once before. But I want to make it again for my sister-in-law. And, you know. Guess I'm saying I'm cheap. They probably won't help me. They'll probably just say, oh, well, you could buy it at Ravelry or some stupid thing. I probably could, but I don't want to give Ravelry any money, so I don't want to buy it through Ravelry. Because like I said, I'm cheap. I refuse to pay for something I've already paid for. I already bought the issue of the magazine. I've subscribed to them, so I'm kind of hoping they help me with it. If not, I don't know. I'll keep searching. Or I'll just decide on something else. Just so I can get it done and over with. And move on to the next thing. So look like Yurnio's wanting more people to knit those drop patterns with her. I did the one and I love it. It also will be a gift, but the specific person I'll be gifting to is more interested in a long sleeve sweater than a no sleeve sweater, if that makes any sense, rather than a sleeveless. She wants sleeves on her sweater, which is fine. I get it. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. It's kind of funny. My mom saved this baby bird, a robin to be specific, for the bird type. And she's trying to figure out how to be the bird mom and help the bird be able to hunt and catch its own food. I would think it would be more of a instinctual thing, but I don't know. I don't know how to help her to help the poor little bird. But it's growing. It's getting its feathers in and stuff. And it's got some hop, and it's been, trying its wings out. So it's doing all the bird things, instinct. She isn't keeping it caged up or anything. She lets it go outside and hop around in the grass and stuff when there aren't dogs or anything around. But she's been buying worms to feed it worms. It's my mom. Oh my goodness. I get the animal lover. I understand. I'm an animal lover too, and that's probably where I get it from, is from my mom. I may have cut that too short. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. I will definitely need to join another color to that one. I'm gonna try to use up every bit I can. Oops, need to weave that in first. Wrong tool. We can go ahead and do the Russian join. Should do this lighter green. Use these things all up. So I'm gonna put this on the tapestry needle and push this down to the bottom of the slot in the needle, and I just poke through, poke through, poke through. Keep going back and forth through the yarn. I'm going to pull the tail through, but I don't want to lose that loop. I'm going to pinch and hold here and pull that out so I can grab this loop. Tighten it all down. Good to go. That side. Do the same thing on this side. So I'm going to thread the brighter green color on there. Push it down. I'm going to keep the loop from the other yarn on the needle. Poke through, split the plies. Pull that one through. Should be able to pull both. Russian join made. Go to this end. And we'll start another square. Helps if I grab all of the yarn. That's not an instrumental. That one. Tail through. Back down through the chain in the corner. Edge of the stitch in the back. Create the knot. Pull the tail on through. Now they're screwed in. Happy August, first day of August. Got to hear the noon whistle blow today, the first day of the month. Get the noon whistle. It's the only time we hear the noon whistle. It's 3 sides to the square. Let's do the 4th. Many ways that a square can be done. Let's grab a smaller hook. There we go. Anybody else do a granny's course this way? Using the magic ring, that way you have a very small center hole. It's usually the same way that amigurumi start out. There, I can raise my seat back up. Not spinning. Not making yarn today. see. Let's see, so we need to go to string elements. There you go. So if you want this pattern, I'm using out of the Afghan Favorites. It's a Vanna's Choice. I copied the page because I've made it so many times. I make notes, but this is the Afghan I'm making. But the link, if you do !crochet, will take you to another place for exactly the same thing.
KBfibers.
There you go.
Crochet.
But it's from Bev's Crochet Cottage.
The crochet pattern KB is making can be found here https://www.bevscountrycottage.com/yoyos.html.
The same thing. It's the exact same pattern. Same pattern. It's basically just making the center part of a granny square for now. But then when you go to put these squares together, there's a little bit, you're still doing the granny stitch when you put them together. So it's like doing the second round, but you're joining a bunch together, kind of thing. So I just do a bunch. I already have one of these Afghans finished and out in the shed, ready to go to the homeless. It's just a bunch of different colored squares, all put together with white. You don't have to use white, you can use basically any color you want, as long as you have enough to do all the strips, get it all put together. Or who knows, maybe you want to do a rainbow of colors, it could totally do that. Bum, 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 bum. No, some strange music today. Not as chill as it normally is. They didn't give us the option of a chill station, so it's either this or nothing, I guess. I don't know. And I do have my hair pulled back in a ponytail because I was kind of outside in the sun getting the front steps all done up. Since we rebuilt the front steps, I had the steps to seal the wood up so it'll weather for longer. So not enough to worry about for another square. The rest can go in fiber fill, or I can break it apart and make more fiber out of it and spin it up. So we got several squares done there. Let's pull out another color. Keep going. These little Lion Brand minis. I don't even remember where I got them from. They're just kind of hanging out, and I'm gonna use them up. Then we'll switch back over to 10 stitch cable. Apparently I'm into dropping my hooks too. Been trying to practice of picking up things with my toes. So I don't have to bend over so far to pick things up. But you know. Just the way it goes sometimes. Bum, 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 bum. Done. Another square done. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Welcome back from ads. If you're in the ad break, my apologies, is what it is. Gots to do what you gots to do, right? We're just kind of going with the flow of things today and every day. But there are things that need done. Bum, 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 bum. This one's got a little fuzzy. I need to trim off the back. Bum, 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 bum. bum, 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 bum. This probably is not enough for a whole square. It's like 3/4 of a square. Trying to use up the little ones before I go to these bigger ones. Maybe this little bit of pink. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I'll lose that loop there. I'm just gonna give it a yoink. That sounds good. Do the same thing with the light lavender color. Give it a yoink. Three. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Some point too, we're going to be doing some crow-tat, which is crochet and tatting mixed together. You can tat with the crochet hook. Smaller hook will go in here better. Oh, not much of that one left to even worry about. I'm just gonna snip it in half, that way I can separate the strands easier, and then I can brush these strands out and make into more fiber to spin. Boom, just like that. We'll finish up these smaller ones. Then we'll move on to the 10-stitch blanket here. Making several little squares. Like we just did one. And we'll get back to the 10-stitch blanket. Getting closer to done on that. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry if you hear a lot of banging around. My neighbors, kind of catty corner from us here, are putting a roof over their back patio area. I'm kind of jealous because I wish that was us. I wish we were the ones putting a roof over our back patio. Really would like to do that. Then I could put the wicker furniture out there safely. Of course, I could take the Thompson's water seal and seal the wicker as well. That would probably help the wicker last longer, especially if it sits out in the weather and then just not leave the cushions in the weather. Of course, I could recover the cushions and make them more weatherproof out of different material. Bum, 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 bum. Get that a good yank from the center. Corners aren't super important. They do end up getting covered in the final bit anyway. But I'd rather weave my tails in now than worry about them later. Not much of that left.
Floony Floyd. Vacuum robots are great.
Hey,
The kids
Floony.
clean their stuff because Wally will eat it otherwise, and the little one is scared of it, so she stays put on the couch.
Oh. Floor is lava. Floor is lava. Oh my goodness. I do not have a robo vacuum cleaner. Sometimes I wish I did, but I've seen them eat oriental rugs too and Didn't want to risk it. Don't want to risk my mom's oriental rug. Not that she wants it back or anything, but you know, I like to take care of my things, or things that have been entrusted to me, much like the family Bible that has also been entrusted to me.
Floony floor.
Very thick Bible.
We don't have that. Wally even fits under the couch where the regular vacuum doesn't reach.
Nice. My vacuum fits under the couches. That's excellent. I'm glad you got Wally.
Lady Erythrina. Wait,
Lady?
so it's all cabling, just knitting two together and knit last one.
Knit two together and then knit the first one again for the cable. Knit two together and then knit the first stitch again. That's 1 over 1 to the right. To the right? I think. Yes, to the right. You're making me think. And it's fine. Brain power. Some days I got it, some days I don't. Just a little fuzz there. Some days just be like that. I'm gonna keep up with making these.
I am going to have to get a whip to get this in my mind's eye.
I'll be here for quite a while, Lady E. I'll be here for quite a while. Now, Friday the 18th, I will not have a stream on Friday the 18th. But Monday through Friday, if you ever have questions, pop into Discord. I'd be happy to do a...
It's also funny when the robot calls for help because it's stuck on a cliff. It's usually just a plastic bag, but they are very dramatic.
Oh my goodness. I guess I wouldn't know. Talk to my mom again today. Let's see, not this weekend, but next weekend, be the 12th. I'm so excited. I'm finally going to use my Christmas present. I'm going to go to the Ark Encounter as well as the Creation Museum. Or Creative Museum. They're both in Kentucky and I can't wait to go. It's going to be fun. So I'm not sure if I'll be streaming that Friday. I'm playing it by ear right now because we have company coming that is going to go with us. And they will be staying here in our home. So I don't know what exactly the plan is. But I'm excited to go. I'm excited about both. I'm hoping I'm not going to be too wore out. You know, adulting is hard sometimes. We wear ourselves out doing all the things. It's just how it goes. Trying to get the hook to turn the right direction here. So far, no kitties visiting us. I don't know what's with that. Mia was fast asleep there at the back door, though. She was sunning herself at the back door. But I'm surprised Abby has not come to bug us. Oops, alright. Let's grab another color and join it in. Don't want to lose this loop right there. Oops, that didn't work. Do over. Hubby will be home soon. Hope his day is going well. Hope everybody's day is going well. There, we got it. We got it. We got it. Do the same thing with this light blue. Get a foot on there and keep the yellow on there. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Brush and join main. We can continue. Strap the loop. These corners are going to get covered up anyway, so it really doesn't matter the colors that run through the corners. it. Almost there. Throw out all these little labels, don't need them. So we'll finish with the yellow, we'll do this peach color, and then the male person's here too. Wow, nice. Then we'll switch projects and work on the knitting. It's the 10 stitch cable blanket. Been working on it seems like forever, since June. I think we started it end of June, just before we did the carding. Used the drum carder to make some bats for Tur de Fleece. Oops. We'll take a restroom break here shortly. Get up, stretch your legs, do all the things if you need to. I know it's easier as a viewer to do these things than a streamer to do these things, but I gotta get up and stretch my legs. I've been sitting for a couple hours, and to be honest, I'm getting stiff. I need to get up and move around. Get up, move around, take a drink. Like I said, it's fine with these corners. It's gonna get covered up.
Just
anyway.
do it!
Flooney, just do it. Just do it. Okay. I want to keep going though. I really gotta go to the bathroom though. Okay, I can stop at any time, honest. I'm a crafter. We can. Okay, okay. Okay. I'll stop there. I'll stop there. I'll be right back. Let's take a quick little break. Enjoy the scene. I love this place. This is my grandma's cottage. I love going there. It's so peaceful, so nice. Enjoy this with the
Do it.
with the reggae music, and I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom and getting a drink. Stretch my legs. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I did it. I hope you done did it too. Cheers. There was ice, no longer icy. Alright. I did it. Flutie, thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hopefully this stuff does better for my lips. I don't know. I can't put enough stuff on it. This I know, because I keep putting it on. Anyway, let's finish the yellow, the peach color, and then we'll get to knitting. We'll switch to knitting. And I still need to decide on the sweater and the cardigan. All of the things. All of the things. So the rest of these, I don't know, these are a little bigger. So imagine these have a bit more yardage. We could do something else with these. But if there's leftover bits, we will make more granny squares out of it. More granny data. More. The yarn. Hi, Abby. Yeah, did you have a good nap? Hi. Did you have a good nap? Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the day. Yeah. Yeah, sweet pea. Oh. Is it snack time? It is. Oh, Abby's telling us it's snack time. Does everybody have a snack? I do not. I don't even know that I have anything to snack on. Maybe an apple?
Hello, my friend KB.
Hello, Knitter Girl. We are reggaeing it today.
Knitter Girl. Hello, Miss Abby.
Naturally, Pretzel Rocks has changed what we can listen to. There's nothing really super chill like I normally like. Yes, it is Miss Abby. Come say hi. Jump up here and come say hi. Yeah, girl. I knew you could. I knew you could. Yes. Abby has come to say hi and bless us with Kitty here. Get our 2% quota in all projects. Yeah. Yeah, super so pretty.
Do you know the way?
Ooh. The way to where, Flooney? The way to... Oh. Are you going to crochet? How about we move this needle and this pair of scissors? Okay.
Floony. I don't know just the way.
You don't know the way? Let's dance it out, Abby. Dance it out. Boop, 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 boop. Boom. It's almost like the chicken dance. Oh, I knew she couldn't resist. Can't resist that flopping in front of you, can you? No, because we're a kitty, and kitties cannot resist these things. It moved, did it move? Scissors. Smaller hook works better.
Knitter girl. Cats think the yarn is a toy because it moves.
Yep, it moved and it's in front of her face, so yep, had to bat at it and play with it. It's a natural instinct. Too bad it doesn't apply to every...
She's in charge now. Beware.
Uh-oh. We're all in trouble then. We're all in trouble. She's in
Hello,
charge.
S. Royal.
How are you so royal?
Knitter girl. So S. Royal.
Thank you, Knitter.
Stream Elements.
Thank you, Knitter.
Go follow S. Royal. Another awesome channel to hang out at https://www.twitch.tv/Soroyal.
Indeed.
Hi at Knitter girl. Lady Erythrina. Hi at Knitter girl. Knitter girl. Hello at Lady Erythrina. Lady Erythrina. And cue the pounce.
And cue the pounce. She's like, I see it there. It's wiggling, but it's in Mama's hand, so I don't know if I should touch it.
I have lost my voice, but I feel better than I sound.
Oh, I'm sorry you lost your voice. Did you do the Vicks? There is a good cough remedy without going to the store.
Yes, I did.
Natural course of things. I keep a natural cough remedy in my fridge for just in case. I forget what all you put in it. I know it has like honey, apple cider vinegar, I think like turmeric. I forget. I have the recipe in the kitchen. Doesn't taste bad.
So royal. I'm not coughing. I bet I will start tomorrow though.
Okay. Almost done with the yellow. We'll do the peach and then we'll count how many squares we made. I will add them into the baggie with the other squares that I did for Christmas. These are left over from the Christmas Advent calendar thing that we did. You're not getting enough pets. Chicken is scratching underneath the food container, but her head is down in the food container. It's so funny when they do that. I get a kick out of it every time. They're so cute. I have one hen that is limping. I have a bad feeling she broke her leg. And there's nothing I can do to help her. It's not in a part of the leg that I can help. I can't, it's in a place to where I can't secure it with a couple sticks and, you know, straighten it. It's up more in the, near the hip area. And so there's too much meat there for me to be able to secure it and help her. I don't know, that is how Crip hurt herself. I call her Crip because she's crippled. That's so, you know, so creative of me.
My Sil had to put one of her cats down on Saturday.
Oh no, my brother-in-law, or my brother and his wife are having to put one of their dogs down. That is so sad. That dog's been around for quite a while. I'm so close to the end. Why will it not make it? Just gotta do the 2 chains and the join.
Floony Flood. It was a young cat too. Only about
Aww.
5 years.
Oh, that's so sad. There, he did it. Grandma's house is up for sale now too. Alright, let's do this peach. Done all of these. We'll do this peach color. And then we'll switch to knitting. Back to the 10-stitch cable. What's up, Abby? Baby cakes. Hi. I press this one. Do you want your snack? It's snack time. Where do you want your snack? Here. Oh, add. Sorry. Welcome back from the ads. If you were stuck in an ad, my sorry.
Floony Flood. He got into an accident before Sil adopted him and lost a hind leg. It left him with chronic digestive problems, and over the last few days he developed a complete bowel obstruction.
Aw, poor kitty. This is why my kitties do not go outside. They would be pretty big dum-dums as far as traffic is concerned. And people try to go as fast as possible down our road. That's all you want? You're done? Okay, apparently that made her thirsty. She's going for a drink. All right. Mia moved. She was at the back door. She's now in the front window.
Floony Flood. Her boyfriend thinks that he used to be stable cat and got kicked by a horse.
Oh.
Knitter girl. My kitty doesn't go outside.
Yeah, my kitties don't go outside either, but we do have some kitties that hang out. They're like neighborhood cats, but I do the naughty thing. I feed them. I give them my cat's leftovers. So what canned food that my kitties don't eat through the day, the outside cats get the next morning. And my cats get a fresh can first thing in the morning. That is their breakfast. And I am now up to 30 dozen eggs. Yeah, somebody needs to come by and eat eggs, because I have a crap ton. Because my hens are too spoiled. They're laying like crazy. And I've even been eating cat hair. Been eating like 4 eggs a day instead of 3, and there's no way I can keep up with them.
Flood. Around the same time Sil adopted him, a stable a little out of town was looking for their cat. And the missing cat looked a lot like Lenny, just having 4 legs, while Lenny was freshly missing 1.
That probably was their cat. They didn't want him after he was missing a leg.
Knitter girl. You can make egg salad.
Yeah, I was thinking about making some quiches up and just shoving them in the freezer just to use up some eggs. I could also make noodles and all kinds of other things that I can make them go a little farther. It's just finding the energy to do these things seems to be part of the issue.
Lady Erythrina. Pavlova.
I have not. I don't even know what pavlova is.
Lady Erythrina. With the egg whites make meringue or pavlova, the yolks make custard or noodles. Floony flood. Mysil didn't ask them, since Lenny was left outside the shelter badly injured. That's why they think the cat was either kicked by a horse or hit by a car and the person responsible just left him there.
Poor kitty. This does not qualify as an instrumental. But there's definitely not enough for another square. But if I join it together with another color, I could probably
Lady
use it up.
Erythrina.
But
Wait, how can you not know what pavlova is?
I don't know. It's not a word I've heard before. I mean, I've made buns out of egg whites. It's just baked, pretty much baked egg whites. Okay, and put these hooks over here. Oops, and knock things down. Let's set that over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15.
Floony flood. It's more common in Australia and New Zealand than in the
20.
US.
Well, that's
Knitted
probably
girl.
why. 25.
I don't know what is pavlova.
30. See, I'm not the only one. 35. 37, 38, 39. So we
Lady
did
Erythrina.
39.
It's egg whites with a bit of vinegar and sugar, maybe a tad bit of cornstarch whipped into meringue and put on a sheet pan with parchment paper in ring shape, then baked. For like 2 hours low and slow.
Ah,
Lady
see,
Erythrina.
I've never heard of it.
Served with fruit.
Good old sturdy container. All these other colors were left over from the blanket.
Lady Erythrina.
This
It's
blanket
baked meringue served with fruit.
that we made
Floyd.
from.
I didn't know what it was either until Bluey.
Oh, see, I don't watch Bluey. I don't have kids. I have no reason to watch
Lady
Bluey.
Erythrina. Nobody has watched GBBO.
GBBO. Apparently not. Apparently not. Alright. Gonna leave the Abby snacks over there. Back to the 10 stitch blanket. Oh, here's another one. Uh-oh. I guess we did 40. I don't know what GBBO is either.
Lady Erythrina.
Initials.
Great British Bake Off.
Oh, no. See, I don't have TV. So it's not something I know. I've heard of the Great Britain Bake Off, but I've never seen it because I don't have television. We did away with cable about, I don't know, between 5 and 7 years ago.
Lady Erythrina. Streaming apps. Netflix.
Nope, don't have Netflix. I live in the Ice Age, I guess. I don't have those. I have Amazon Prime and I have Disney Plus. That's all I have.
Lady Erythrina. YouTube. Floony Flood.
I do have
We
YouTube.
have streaming apps, but they mostly get used by the kiddos.
I'll see. I'm busy streaming on Twitch. I do watch some movies in YouTube, but there's some people I watch also on YouTube, but Abby's rubbing
Lady
her face
Erythrina.
all over the wool I spun.
Amazon Prime will have it, but have to wait till they come free.
Oh, Amazon Prime has it? I don't know. What's it do? Is you find? Is you rubbing your face on it? Does that feel good? Do you like it? You're not eating it, are you? I just want to make sure you're not eating it.
Lady Erythrina. Okay, YouTube, Mary Berry Pavlova.
He's like, I'm just rubbing my face on it. It still needs washed. I need to wash everything I spun for TDF. Mary Berry.
Lady Erythrina. Okay, new subject.
Yawn. I was doing good up until now. So let's see.
Floony Flood. Only 14.5 more rows.
Woohoo! Let's go. I don't know how many more rounds or rows or whatever I need to do.
Floony flood. Already did 151.5. What is 14 more?
You got this. You got it. Totally got it. Just do it. Just keep doing it. Abby, no plastic. No plastic. Thank you.
Just do it!
Right, Floony? Just do it. Just do it. Hey, no plastic. This is why I don't want to put plastic bags in my trash cans anymore. She comes in and she chews on it. I'm afraid of her getting a little piece stuck in her little throat. Then I would be very sad. We do not want to lose the Abby. She's a beautiful, annoying princess. We don't want to lose our princess. Let's yell at her. Okay, so Granny Daughter, how many do we put together?
Floony flood. Should have finished it by tomorrow evening.
Ooh.
14 today is unrealistic, but by tomorrow is doable.
There you go. 7 more today, 7 tomorrow. No problem. You got it.
Floony flood. The most I was ever able to do in a day was 11.
Ooh. Good progress. See, we're just knitting 2 together. Helps if you don't split yarn. Knit 2 together and then knit the first one again. That's what this first cable in this blanket is. It's just knit 2 together, knit the first one, knit 2 together, knit the first one. It shifts them over. Then the next time you come, you knit 1, then you knit 2 together, and then knit the first one. It shifts that over, knit 1, and then you have your edge stitches. But I'm liking these cables more. I don't know why. So blanket from being shifted around, carried around.
Stream elements. Welcome
It's
to
already filling,
KBfibers.
and it's not
I
even
hope you
done
enjoy
yet.
the stream.
So I can see that the Lion Brand cupcake yarn will be a pill monster. But I've been carrying it around, rolling it up, folding it up, unfolding it, working on it, spinning it around. It gets a lot of wear so far. Just by working on it. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to knit 2 together. I'm going to come back and grab that first one again and knit it. This one's going to go the other way. I'm going to knit the second one in the back. So not this first stitch, second stitch. And getting in at the back. Then I'm going to grab that first stitch, drop them both, knit it. And then do my purl knit on the edge. Left hand knit, slip, purl 2, which is knit on the other side, knit 4, which is purl 4 on the other side, purl 2, which is knit on the other side, and then slip, slip, and we'll purl them together on the front side. Knit, purl, cable. So again, 2 together, re-knit that first one. second one from the back. Slide them off after you grab the first one and knit it. Purl knit knit. I'm slipping that first one every time. So that it still creates a nice edge to be able to come back into. For the next round. And then also when we're done, we're done. We don't have to come back and finish any kind of edge because it already has a nice edge. I don't know when the last round will be.
Ferric Fireheart.
Ferric! Hello, hello.
Stream
Welcome to
elements.
lurking.
Ferric Fireheart, enjoy your beautiful lurk.
And you even got third. Congratulations. 2.5 hours in and third place got taken. Nice. Nice. We feel complete now. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. And I know I have other lurkers, it's fine. Lurk away, it's okay.
Knitter Girl. I got second.
Yes, you did. Congratulations on second. Woohoo! Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Stretching those fingers. Stretch them fingers. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh, looks like Chiki's got a hold of something. Hopefully they didn't decide to eat an egg. It's quite a possibility. I was only out there this morning. I have not been out there this afternoon. I need to just twist these center too. Bum, bum. Two together and hit the first one. Back one, second one, and then the first one. Purl knit knit. This music's almost too much. It's the downside of putting chapstick or anything on my lips. Everything sticks to it. Okay, I feel like I need to change stations here. Do we want to do... I don't know. I'm getting tired of the reggae. This is electro swing? I don't know. You should knit is what you should do. Or crochet. Yeah, this ain't gonna do either. The choices are like slim picking here. Trance? What is trance? I don't know. It's only 2 hours. Sorry. Ay. There we go, close the circle. Now we need to cross the center over on the next row. This row you're just gonna purl and knit, and then more pearls. Pearls, slip, purl together, knit, pearl. I need to cross the center, knit them together, and then knit the first one again.
Knitter girl. Hats.
I'm gonna change to the like station because it feels safe. Nothing feels safe right now. It's not mellow enough for me.
Lady Erythrina. Wait, who got second at what?
Oh, it's just a thing there. And the channel redemption points, the channel points. Just underneath where you type in chat, there's the little ball of yarn with the 2 pink needles poking out of its head. You click on that, it's there's first, second, and third place there. No specific reason, just for fun. Just for a way for first few people to come in and say hi. That's all. I guess it would be more exciting if my stream was more of an evening stream when more people could or could be on. I don't know. It's just a way to use a small amount of channel points. Channel points are free to you. You get them just for watching. Just for coming and hanging out. Get all the things. To close the circles, I'm going to hit the second one in the back, then hit the first one, I drop them both, and I will do the knit 2 together, and then knit the first one again, purl knit knit. There we go, close the circle. Crisscross the center. Now, as a reminder too, tomorrow's stream will probably end a little early, so I'll try to start a little early. I need tomorrow's stream to end at 5 instead of 5:30 because we have someplace we need to be. We need to leave about 5:30. Tomorrow will be a raid and run kind of situation. Ba-dum. Again, center out. finish. Turn and go back. How is this one in my like station if the volume goes up and down like that? Like, just like... I just want to play all the hype music. I'm overstimulated. Can't handle it. Some days I can. Today I cannot. Just want it nice and mellow, relaxed. Want to get through the rest of the day. So I'm thinking I will do the flex sweater. Something simple and easy. It's what I'm leaning towards. Anybody want to join me in knitting a flex sweater? It's by Tin Can Knits. It's listed free in Ravelry still. I will do free patterns in Ravelry, but I will not buy patterns in Ravelry.
Sir Royal. I'm knitting the Harvest sweater by Tin Can Knits right now.
Yeah, that's a nice sweater too. I saw that in your stream the other day. We rated you. It's a beautiful looking sweater. That's a cardigan though. I need to do a long sleeve sweater. I do need to do a cardigan too. The sweater...
Yes, sorry, cardigan.
Yeah, the sweater will be done in the paint box. DK weight, but the cardigan I'm looking to do will be more this color, the darker, more purplish kind of red. That's the plan. The cardigan I had in mind is called Jali, Jali, and it's from the summer issue of Interweave Knits from 2010. I know I have the magazine somewhere. I'm gonna have to slowly go through my collection again and see if I can find it. But I have not. I've made the sweater once before for myself, and I absolutely love it. But I want to make one for my sister-in-law, and I cannot find the right issue. I can find the winter issue, the spring
Does that
issue.
one have a lace back?
Yeah, it's kind of a crisscross kind of pattern to it, yes. That is like my go-to sweater. I absolutely love it. Mine is in the car right now because anytime we go somewhere and it's cold,
Sir Royal,
I put it on.
that's a nice looking sweater.
It is a very nice looking sweater. That's the one I want to make for her, but I refuse to pay for the pattern if I already have it in a magazine. So there's that. There's that. Yeah.
Sir Royal, that makes sense.
Yeah, I wrote to Interweave Knits magazine to see if maybe they have it in archive. I don't know if they do that for their subscribers to do, get a specific e-copy. I probably have to buy it, but I don't want to buy it again. But if they tell me too bad, it's the only option if you go this route. I'm gonna probably be like, okay, I'll keep looking, and if I can't find it, I don't know. I'll choose something different. Maybe I'll go with the harvest cardigan. I don't know. I don't know. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. Depends on if I find my copy of the magazine or not, I guess. Sad. I feel sad. I know I have the magazine because I made it once. Just got misreplaced when we moved things around.
I usually knit with sock weight, so I'm pleased with how fast the harvest cardigan is knitting up.
Oh yeah, I bet. I bet. Yeah, this one here is the sport weight that I'm working with now. A little bit bigger than a sock weight. This is the Lion Brand Cupcake yarn. 3 weight. It's called Robin Egg. Discontinued yarn, unfortunately. I know a few people that would want this blanket if I were to choose to sell it. But it is taking an awful long time to make it. Ba-dum-ba-bum-bum. This is another Christmas song. Quite possibly. Yes, it is. It's called Christmas Shopping.
Six raiders from
Base.
Yarn Crafters Corner.
Oh, Yarn Crafter
Have
Corner. Hello, hello.
Stream elements. Yarn Crafters Corner
Oh
just
my
raided the channel with
goodness.
6 viewers.
Hello,
Morning, Rose
everybody.
Rising.
What were you
In the
doing
name of
today?
Yarn, we shall raid you.
You are
Backslash.
reading. You are reading. Hello and welcome.
KBfibers.
Here you go. Give you a
So at
shout
Yarn
out.
Crafters
Hello,
Corner.
everybody.
Stream elements. Go follow Yarn Crafters Corner. Another awesome channel to hang out at https://www.twitch.tv/yarncrafterscorner.
I hope you're all having a good Tuesday. Welcome, welcome in. I understand if you need to raid and run, things come up, and I get it. Tomorrow will be that way for me because I have a 6 o'clock meeting and I need to leave at 5:30.
Morning, Rose
So I'll
Rising.
need to end stream early
Oh my goodness, that
tomorrow.
blanket is beautiful.
Thank you. It is coming along nicely. This is a 10 stitch cable blanket, but naturally I changed the cable after I did. Here's the center. So I did follow
Stream
the pattern
elements.
for the first time,
Welcome
5
to
times
KBfibers.
around.
I hope you enjoy the stream.
It was a 1/1 cable, then I switched to a 2/2 cable, and the last 3 rounds, I'm still working the 3rd round, I've switched to 1/1 going opposite
Yarn Crafters
directions and coming back
Hi,
together.
Firefox
and
apparently
doing-
froze, so that's great.
Oh no. Oh no. I hate those issues. I hate those kind of issues. Hi, Abby. Just in time for Miss Kitty to come in and bug us again. Do you come to finish your snackies? Hi. Hi. Did you want back up? Here. Here we go. Oh, and now we have Duck visiting. The duck over there. The chicken camera. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Jump. Come on, jump. Want scratches? Want scratches? Yeah, I do want those scratches. Oh, Abby snack. Yep, let's get you back in screen. Move you over here a little bit. There, she come back for her
Morning,
snacks.
Rose Rising. Hi, Kitty.
That's Abby. She is a tortoiseshell kitty, so she's black-brown like a tortoiseshell. And we like to say sometimes she gets tortitude. Because little Miss Princess here seems to think she's bossy boss. She seems to think she's the boss. Now, Mia has not been on stream today. She was hanging out the back door last time I saw her. She was in the living room window, napping as she kind of watches outside. She's usually up in the kitty tower right
Yarn
there.
Crafters Corner. Looks like it exists again. Must have just lagged heavily.
I'm so sorry. Did you finish it up? Good girl. Good girl. Finished up all those snackies. Yeah. That's a girl. Sometimes maybe it was doing an update in the background. Sometimes my computer does that too. Decides, hey, it's upgrade time or update time, and we're just gonna screw things up for you. Okay.
Morning, Grows Rising.
Off we go.
Act Jades, my thread nearly broke.
Oh, uh-oh. I'm glad it didn't. So what were you working on today, Yarn Crafter Corner? We started stream by working up some granny daughter squares out of leftover sport weight yarn. So we added like the greens, the yellows, the blues up here. The colors down here I've done before out of leftover yarns from various things, mostly from the advent calendar at Christmas time. I used the leftover little bits to make granny daughter squares, so decided to add to it, and I don't know, maybe we could end up with a pet blanket or something. Oh, I got the hiccups all of a sudden. Let's take a drink of water. Cheers, everybody. How do you swallow and hiccup at the same time? Ugh.
Stare at a dish towel, then swap to pockets for my hexagon cardigan.
Ooh, nice. The hexagon cardigan is a popular thing to make. I saw somebody else making that not that long ago. I think Yarnia made one not that long ago. Or two. Okay, let's bring the side edges together. So we'll need to knit the second one in the back, then knit the first one, then drop them off. Then we'll need to knit two together and then knit the first one again. There we go. So I'll need to figure out what to do with these little leftover little Lion Brand bonbons. I don't know what I'm doing with those yet. This is a little bit of leftover peach, not quite enough for a square, but might be able to combine it with another color and make a square. We'll figure that out. I also have a sweater I need to do and a cardigan I need to make for a Christmas gift. So I will need to accomplish that as well. Other than that, we're back to the 10 stitch blanket. I think we'll be doing this forever. As I have 3 more of the cupcake yarns. 3 more. I believe this is the 3rd one? 2nd one. This is the 2nd cupcake. I have 3 more. I apologize about Christmas music. The selection is very poor with Pretzel Rocks today. Not sure why. There are no chill stations, and I like more relaxed, chilled music, but I don't know. they could just give me the chill station 24/7, I would be happy. Or maybe I need to make my own music for the background. For background music, so I don't know. We'll figure something out. Kind of over the Christmas music though. Let's get to the next one. Bum. Close the circle again, so take the outside in. Doing up them cables, we are getting closer to the next corner. I don't think it's the starting corner. No, it's halfway around. Almost halfway around the third time of this cable out of 5 times. Then I'll need to decide what the next cable should be. Oops, that was supposed to be knit. Center out. Purl knit for the last 3 stitches. Slip the first one. We're doing left-handed short rows, so now I'm knitting left-handed, so I'm going left to right. If that looks a little different to you, this is normal for me. Yarnia, hello. It's a good spinning song. We are done with that for a while. Trying to give my ankles a little bit of a rest from tapping for 2 hours. 4 hours the other day. It was Tap City.
Floony Flood. Why are my kids better at remembering sunscreen than I am?
Because they don't want to burn. They know the burn hurts. They know the burn hurts. They've experienced it. I remembered to put sunscreen on this last time that I cut the grass. I was pink, but if you look at my arms, my right one is still a little darker than the left one because most of the time husband drives. So I have passenger tan. I have the passenger tan. Which kind of surprises me too, because the car windows are supposed to be UV protected, so I'm not supposed to burn through the window, but it happens. I'm too fair-skinned. I'm too much of a white girl. I get that issue. Too much of an issue. Something about blonde hair and blue eyes being... Well, when I was born, I had snow white hair. And it's starting to go back to the snow white hair. Getting to that age where it's turning back to where it once was.
Floony Flood.
I'm okay with it too.
I burn immediately, my kids don't. I forget sunscreen all the time, they don't.
Sometimes I forget, Floony, but a lot of times it's a thought, like, okay, if I'm going outside and I'm going to be out there for, more than half an hour, sunscreen it is. And I can't use sunscreen stronger than a 30 because it burns my skin at that point. And I might as well just get a sunburn because that burn is owie. Looks like a lot of potato.
Sarcastic yarn hoarder. Posted updates of my shawl.
Ooh.
Floony Flood. The kids have the 50 spray bottles and they spray themselves. I don't even need to tell them. I hated sunscreen as a kid.
I hated sunscreen as a kid too. Oh, we have other things to look at too. Lady E shared some of her greens. So she's got gladiolas here. Looking so pretty. So pretty. Beautiful flowers.
Sarcastic yarn hoarder.
Japanese eggplant.
Pretty.
Rosebella hibiscus. Look how nice and red those stems are. I bet those will be tasty. Okra is growing and looking nice. I see one little bud there. It looks like it's starting to bud.
It's so hot right now, if I could afford to buy plants, they would wither up in the heat. Floony Flood.
Yeah, mine were starting to look bad.
My gladiolas all fell over this year. I was so bummed.
Ooh, oh no. You couldn't stake them up? Pretty good. Okay, whips. Oh, look at the sarcastic. Oh my goodness. It's looking amazing. Dude, so amazing. That's so pretty. I could tell you change color in here. It looks great. Ugh. That looks fantastic. That's gonna be so nice.
Floony Floyd. I tried, but the ground they are in is really bad, so it's really hard to get the stakes in deep enough to not fall over as well.
You know what works good too? Old-fashioned knitting needles. That's what I've used. They're pokey. Oops. They're pokey enough. They go into the ground nice unless you hit a rock. This end is nice and flat. You can hammer it in a little bit. That's what I've used in the past. Good or bad, I don't know. It's what I done did. And then I can tie a stick onto that with some twisty ties or rubber bands. Whatever you got. It works. Might have to water the ground enough to soften it up and then do the pokey poke.
Floony Floyd. Yeah, there are a lot of rocks in that ground. The landlord had like rock gardens beds all over.
Ooh, boy.
I got a lot of the rocks out, but nowhere close to all of them. Sarcastic yarn hoarder.
Might be better just
So,
to do
you know when
container
you're close to a
garden.
forest and you're trying to look in between the trees, and there's this dark color that's the shade from the canopy, but there's some leaves suddenly in a patch of sun. That's kind of what I'm going for. It's going to umber to almost white with green and blue flecks.
Ooh, nice. That's gonna be so cool. That's gonna be so cool.
Sarcastic yarn hoarder. I've named it the Flash of Forest Shawl.
Very
Floony Floyd.
nice.
I was thinking raised garden beds, but they are not so practical with the kids around. Sarcastic
I
yarn
would just
hoarder.
do a container
Feels
garden.
kinda cottagecore.
That's what I have right now. I have 2 containers and each container has 2 pepper plants. That's the extent of my garden this year. 4 pepper plants. I would have done yellow tomatoes, but I couldn't find any. I couldn't find any plants when I wanted to get them going. And I couldn't find any yellow tomatoes to pull the seeds out, to get the seeds started. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. It's okay. I did find yellow tomatoes at the farmer's market. And so I've pulled some of the seeds out of those
Sarcastic
tomatoes so I
yarn
can
hoarder.
plant them for next
It's
year.
103 here right now.
Ooh-wee. I believe we're in the 80s right now. I believe. Yep, we are a sunny 82 currently. But it doesn't feel bad. It's only 40% humidity, so it's less than 50. And the UV is a moderate 5.
Sarcastic yarn
So
hoarder.
it's really not bad.
The low was 85.
Our low was 54. So we're having cooler nights already, which is unusual for August. Usually,
I have 2 pepper, 2 tomatoes, 4 pumpkins, 4 watermelons, 4 zucchini, 1 eggplant, 2 cucumbers, some corn, 6 strawberries, and a little dragon fruit.
ooh, nice. It's great selection. I just have 4 peppers. 2 red peppers, an orange pepper, an orange sweet pepper, and then a jalapeno. That's the extent of what I have. That's the extent of what I have. Ugh.
Floony floon. I also have some leftover potatoes that I didn't dig out last year.
Ooh, nice. I did have a strawberry plant for several years, but this last year it died. It died dead. It did not come up this year. So I don't know. I don't think the soil was
Sarcastic yarn
sandy
hoarder.
enough for it in that area.
Why can't you trust pepper farmers with your secrets? They're jalapeno business.
Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Depends on the pepper. I've red and
Sarcastic
orange.
yarn hoarder. I'm punny.
I got it. Yep. Dad joke. Got it. Got it. This is the most mellow song we've had all day. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Y'all didn't come over for cake either. I still have butter pecan cake. Y'all need to come get a piece. Take you home. Take you home a slice.
We also have access to a lemon tree. It's
Ooh,
technically the
nice.
neighbor's, but it's halfway over the fence.
Oh. So you pick the ones that are on your side of the fence? I don't think they grow here. It doesn't get...
Floony floon. Jup.
Can understand that. I would love to have some apple trees, a couple of apple trees and a couple of pear trees. Maybe a raspberry patch or a blackberry patch. Absolutely love a strawberry patch. I would love some blueberry bushes. Yep. A couple of sheep and alpaca. Yep. I'm allergic to bunnies, otherwise I would do bunnies again. The Angora, I had a German giant Angora rabbit. Sweetest girl, sweetest little bunny girl.
I was eyeballing blueberry bushes earlier since year, but we don't really have a good spot for them.
Yeah. I have a fence I could line them up with. They would get some morning shade, but they would be in the sun all afternoon and most of the evening.
Floony floon. Blueberries like a lot of sun and most of our garden is in the shade.
Yeah, blueberries do like a lot of sun. My north yard would be perfect for blueberries. That area gets a lot of sun. It's nothing but open grass.
Floony floon. Plus the fences look like they need to be replaced in a couple years, so I don't want anything close to the fences right now that could be damaged if new fencing is happening.
True,
Stream
true.
elements. Welcome to KBfibers.
Very
I
true.
hope you enjoy the stream.
This is true. I would love to fence in my yard. Not feasible. It's the center of the circle. Work my way back. We're almost to the corner. I think hubby wanted a second coat on the front stairs. I will ask and verify. Back and forth, just keep going back and forth, back and forth. Just keep on knitting, back and forth. Because this is the way, Obi-Wan.
Floony floon. I'm also kind worried about fence replacement because of the lemon tree. It looks like it's being held up by the fence, so I don't know what would happen is that fence gets removed to place a new one.
Oh. Well, sounds like a neighbor issue if it's their tree. Of course, I wouldn't want to damage it at all, but still. Maybe they can put up the new one around it? I don't know.
Floony floon. The neighbor doesn't care about the tree at all.
Oh. They don't take the lemons off? They don't harvest it at all?
Floony Flood. My BIL is renting that place and he doesn't care about the lemons and his landlord doesn't either.
Oh. So it's a rental property. Well, that's kind of sad.
Floony Flood. They have multiple lemons trees along their fence line, but that one is the only one I can access to.
Why'd they bother with the trees, though? It makes no sense.
Sarcastic yarn hoarder. Any chance the fence is in the wrong spot, and if you got a surveyor out you'd find the lemon tree is actually on your property?
I'd use some of the seeds and the lemons and plant your own
we are
lemon
only
trees
renting
then?
as well.
Oh, you're renting. Okay, I see. That makes a bit of a difference.
Floony Flood. But our landlord is dealing with everything direct while my BIL has to go through property management.
I see, because the owners had to move away, and so they're trying to do everything from a distance. My brother did that once. And then he chose to sell the property instead of renting it out because all the renter took things when he moved out. The renter was a contractor, so he trusted him to do, keep up with the house fairly well. But then when the guy moved out, he took advantage and took all the light sockets, all the outlets, anything he could take, he took. So sad. So sad. Pretty much completely stripped the house of everything.
Sarcastic yarn hoarder.
Sad.
I rent my home through a property manager, but they're really nice.
That's good. That's good. Sometimes that's the way you gotta do it. I would have went through a property management, but we were really looking to sell the house, not rent it. And so we did go with a rent-to-own thing.
When we moved in, the landlord told me I can do with the garden whatever I want as long as I don't grow weed.
Yeah, I wouldn't grow it anyway. Approaching a corner. Getting close. That's the marker there. So 1 stitch before we'll have to start the short rows.
Floony flood. I think it's a HOA regulation that you can't grow it even though it's technically legal.
Yeah, you have to have proper paperwork and stuff in order to grow it. I don't think I would want to grow it anyway. It's just asking for trouble. There are other plants you can grow that are better, healthier. You're discovering things about weed that's not healthy. Of course, I think anything that you burn and breathe the smoke is not a good thing anyway, but still.
Floony flood. I have kids and why go through the trouble if there are 6 or so dispensaries in town? Sarcastic yarn hoarder.
Yep.
And I called them when I was looking to leave my ex, and said, I have until Friday to move my stuff before he notices. It was Tuesday. They had me looking at the property the day and I signed the contract on Wednesday, was moved by Friday, and they let me have all 3 cats even though initially they said limit of 2.
Oh, nice. That was very nice of them.
Sarcastic yarn hoarder. Because he threatened to kill the 3rd one if I left it.
That's sad. Animal has nothing to do with the people issues.
Sarcastic yarn hoarder. So I grabbed him and called them on the way. If they had said no, my parents would have taken him, but he's already bonded with my other 2.
Yeah. It was very nice of the landlord to let you keep all 3. Maybe he sees that you're a responsible person trying to get out of a bad relationship and trying to make things work.
Sarcastic yarn hoarder. Wasn't going to leave him with the ex, regardless.
Right? I wouldn't leave anything behind either, if that's the situation. Welcome back from ads. I'm sorry I didn't notice earlier.
Our landlord made an exception for us to keep our pets because we were literally homeless for a month and struggling to find a place that would allow our birds and fish.
Wow. Usually birds and fish aren't that bad. Of course, the fish, you could have water problems if something were to happen with the tank, so it could be a liability kind of
Sarcastic
thing.
yarn hoarder.
Birds.
Most places don't even care about birds and fish.
Yeah, most places don't care about birds and fish. Usually it's no big deal, just like, you know, hamsters or
Sarcastic yarn
lizards.
hoarder. Even though birds can be loud and messy.
Yeah, but you can contain the mess of birds. You can contain bird messes. Okay, we have this join and one more join. Then it'll be short row
Flinny
time. So
flit.
we're so close.
We got limited to 20 gal tanks, so it works out kinds.
There
But
you
3
go.
cockatiels can be quite noisy.
Yeah. Yes, they can. I know how noisy one cockatiel can be. But he also did a lot of whistling. He loved to whistle.
Sarcastic yarn hoarder. The cockatiel I had in high school seemed determined to spread his feathers and dust and seeds everywhere.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's just a daily chore at that point then, right? Put them in an area with
Exotic Kitty 3. Hello everyone.
Exotic Kitty. Hello, hello. Hello and welcome. You're back to the 10 stitch blanket. Tomorrow I'll probably start stream early.
Initially it was 4 cockatiels, but one passed earlier this year.
Aw.
Flinny flit. But yeah, they are really messy.
They are messy. I get it.
Exotic
I had one.
Just got to my office with oatmeal and an apple whoop.
Ooh, nice. I hope I put cinnamon on it. That sounds amazing. But I want to say we had budgies, so parakeets. I had I think 33 of them at one point in time. They just kept making more babies, and I just kept separating them until one bedroom out of a
Exotic
2-bedroom
Kitty 3.
house.
It is the Insta packs, but it is brown sugar 1 haha and 1 regular pack.
Oh, nice. But we had one room that was nothing but bird cages, and it was a lot to keep up with. But I did it. A lot of the budgies I was able to sell back to a pet store. They took them, so that was nice. So I got it back down to a good minimum number of birds. But I had the 33 budgies. I had 2 Nandays, and I had a cockatiel all at the same time.
I had like 30 parakeets as a kid. Exotic Kitty 3. Oh, your birds had babies?
They had babies. Oh my god, did they have babies? I could not stop them. I need to take a quick restroom break. I hope y'all don't mind. I know the ad ran just a little bit ago, but I'm just going to mute my mic and go use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Exotic Kitty 3. No worries.
Miss Mia joined me in the bathroom and now she's looking at me. I don't think she's gonna come in, but we'll see. We'll see. We're getting close to the end here. Getting close to the end. But we are ready to start the short rows for the corner. There's three stops. I'm gonna work the first 2 stitches, turn and work back. So we're adding more on the end. There we go. Gonna join those two together because we don't want to add more stitches. Ba-da-ba-da. There we go. Apparently I still have water between my fingers from washing my hands. Give me just a moment. Dry this off better. Didn't do a good enough job drying between my fingers. Okay, so that's the first half of the first short row. Continue the cable like normal. Okay, first half complete. Second half, we're going to do this 2-stitch short row to start. Now we're going to do a second short row that is just past the center 4-stitch cable. So we'll get these 4 stitches, then we'll wrap the right needle and turn again. We also need a cable. So 2 together, knit 1. Knit the second one in the back, then knit the first one. Purl, knit, knit. There we go. That's the first of 3 repeats. So we're going to repeat those steps again. 2, turn, go back. Go all the way across. Do the join. Purl. See, these are just knit this time. Purl, knit, knit. I'm going to grab that marker since this is halfway through the second repeat out of 3, so that makes that the center stitch. Repeat. Slip, purl. Joining that together because that's the turn for the short row. Yarn over, yarn to the back. So we can knit these 4 center stitches. We're going to wrap the right needle and turn. Need to cable, so the second one, then the first one. second and first together, then the first one again. Purl knit knit. There we go. So 2 repeats done, 1 more repeat to go. Turn things around here on the table if we can. Here we go. Slip. Purl. Gonna wrap the right needle, turn. Slip, purl. Do those 2 together. Work across. Boom, boom, boom. Put those together. Purl. And this is the 3rd join for the corner. Okay, so that's halfway. Second half. Work the 2 stitches. Turn, go back. Work those 2 stitches. I'm gonna join the next stitch with the turn. Do the next 4. 3. So we're going to wrap and turn, and there's a cable here, 2 cables actually, back, front, okay, short row is done. Another Christmas song. Here we go. Ho, 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 ho.
Floony Floy. Did you ever frog back because you made a mistake only to make an entirely new mistake? Knitter Girl.
Yes, I have.
So at Exotic
Yes,
Kitty
I
3.
have.
Stream Elements. Go follow Exotic Kitty 3. Another awesome channel to hang out at https://www.twitch.tv/exotickitty3.
Thank you, Knitter Girl. She knits and she also does some gaming. Such a sweet streamer. I love hanging out in her stream. I'm sorry, Yarnia just asked me a question. I totally missed it. I'm embarrassed because I'm kind of lurking in her stream as well. Kind of naughty.
Exotic Kitty 3. Thank you, Knitter Girl. Exotic Kitty 3.
Oh, I think she was asking me how big the blanket was going to be. I have not determined or decided yet, I guess, because I still have 3 more cakes of this Line Brand cupcake yarn. Kind of would like to use it up, so I don't know how big it'll be. And I haven't even looked at the pattern to see how many times around you were supposed to go. I'm just kind of going.
Knitter Girl.
Just kind of doing it.
You are very welcome, KB, and that Exotic Kitty 3.
So hopefully she's listening in on my stream a little bit to answer that. I type it in, but let's see, this is the halfway point, I think. Yes, that's the halfway around the third round of this cable. So I have at least 2 more rounds with this cable, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna run out of this cake before that happens. So we'll break out another cake of yarn. It's okay. We have more. There is a few more. I have a few more, and it's been a discontinued yarn too. So
Stream elements. Welcome to KBfibers.
So I suppose it's gonna be a one-of-a-kind kind of blanket, because I don't know that I would make it again.
Floony Floon. Just got the t-shirt we wanted to tie-dye for my little one.
Ooh,
Nice.
nice.
We need to find a shirt for the big one so there won't be any jealousy.
Right. Oh my goodness. For real. I know my cats get jealous of each other. It's a thing. It's totally a thing. Totally a thing.
Floony Floon. The big one still fits her shirts from the last tie-dyeing, but the little one outgrew hers.
Ah. Knit. So we turn the corner. Whoop whoop. Making our way around. Just gonna keep on going. I want to do at least 2 more rounds. 2, 3, 4. I must count it. Cable for the bottom of the circle. Back across. What, Urania? Why would that be shaky? I guess I need to look at the pattern. Oh, what is for dinner today? I have no idea. Is there anything in this issue?
Floony Floon.
Really want this
We're
summer.
having pea soup with chicken.
Ooh. Oh, this is nice mosaic. Top, sweater, cardigan. Page 14. Green Mountain Spinnery Weekend Wool. Okay, so what size is that? Pattern on page 43. Because Lord knows, pattern can't be right with the other. We have to make more of it. Yarn weight of 4. Okay, perfect. Do we want to do that one? Say hello to your new favorite sweater, the
Floony
Tessine cardigan.
I have been wondering what to do with the leftover pink yarn once the blanket is done. I
Oh,
have a pattern for an amigurumi pig.
ooh, that sounds cute. Simple textures and vertical details combine to create visual interest in a classic design that's a true wardrobe staple. Enjoy the warmth of the garter stitch color and the ease of the relaxed fit for years to come. I bet it's done in pieces and seen together. Bum, bum, bum. Should I just do that cardigan? Okay, so I see back. Okay, notes. For techniques you don't know, please visit our online knitting glossary. Blah, blah, blah. This cardigan is worked back and forth in pieces from the bottom up and seamed. Stitch guide, texture stitch. Start with the back. Shape neck. Work both sides at once with separate balls of yarn. Decrease, blah, 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 right front. Blah, 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 at the same time. Blah, 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 left front. Sleeves. Finishing neckband. Collection. This is a cute top too. Ugh. And yarn weight is a 3. That's what I have to work with. Looks like it's a 3/4 sleeve though, not a full sleeve. Could always extend that out. The sweater looks bulkier. Discovered an unusual blend of brioche and cables and the Cassara sweater. The loose, relaxed fit crew neck and modified drop shoulder shape keep the sophisticated pullover feeling casual and wearable. It will be stunning in any one of the more than 20 shades of Drops Nord. And then you gotta go back here and see what size that yarn is. Okay, it's a number 2 weight, so more like sock yarn. That does not look like sock yarn to me. That's a lot of knitting. Cardigan. There's this sweater. It's too open. You still have to, layering. It's a layering sweater. Only have one color to work with, so that sweater wouldn't work. 2-color brioche scarf. This cardigan's cute. Can wear open or closed. Lots of cables.
Knitter Girl. Did you find the magazine?
No, this is the latest issue I've received. This is the spring of 2023. But it's got winter in it. It's a spring issue, and we're doing all sweaters and cardigans. There was a shawl. Asymmetrical shawl. I gotta go all the way back to page 59. So that is a 3 yarn. Here's another shawl. Scarf or cowl, sorry, cowl. Fingerless mitts. They still look brioche. Binding off brioche, all about brioche, and into the patterns. Okay, that's it. A lot of winter stuff in the spring issue, which I think, I'm sorry, is weird. Where's all the spring stuff for the spring issue? Alright, well, it is 5:30. It is time for me to head out. Get serious about what to make for dinner here. I have no idea.
In the summer issue.
Yeah. This is the spring issue. This is the spring issue 2023, and it's all sweaters. I wish they did like a index page back here so you can, scan through. But no index page. Like a picture index. There's no picture index. But it's all scarves, sweaters, cowls, scarf.
Well, you need all summer to make stuff for the winter.
Okay, apparently, but you would think being the spring issue, you would have more spring-like, maybe summer-like makes, not winter makes. But I don't. What do I know? I don't know. I'm not a magazine editor. I still did not find the summer issue of 2010.
Flood. Check the fall issue for spring and summer stuff.
Isn't that crazy? We can't stay within season. Gotta put my chair down just a tad so I can pull my drawer out here. Alright, let's pause that music. And let's go to our ending screen. Oh, my camera is not working. I'm sorry, my camera is not working. Okay, apparently this is a thing. I thought I
Exotic
saw...
Kitty 3. RC. Stream Elements. KB Raid. KBfiber family is raiding.
Okay. Maybe they're not doing Twitch anymore. I saw Snyder Spindles go live, but apparently... Oh yeah, they are. Okay, it's just down further. I plan to raid Snyder Spindles here, so I hope you join me in going there. You might have an ad when you first pop in, but it'll be okay. They are making the most wonderful drop spindles. I have 3 of them. I adore them. They're doing a fantastic job of everything they do, and they're reasonably priced. So think about that when, as we head on over there. They have various types of, they have top whirls, bottom whirls. They do a lot of Turkish style. I can't spit it out. But join me as we head on over. Thank you so much, Yarn Crafter Corner, for reading today. Thank you, Sarah's Woolly World, for the new follow today. Appreciate that so much. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. I'll try to start a little early because I need to end early tomorrow. Instead of the second Wednesday of the month, they're having their meeting the first Wednesday of the month because of the county fair will be happening next week. So it'll be a little crazy in town. Till tomorrow, have a wonderful evening. You can't see me waving at you, but I hope you have a wonderful evening. And we'll see you again soon. Have a good night. Bye.
Exotic Kitty 3. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye.